Okay, I have never played the Outer Wilds DLC. I did play Outer Wilds, of course. That playthrough's on YouTube. It's one of the best games ever made. One of the most elegant sci-fi stories ever told. Fantastic. Really, really like it. This is my second attempt to actually start playing the DLC. We tried this last week and had Comcast issues, so I didn't actually start it at all. Like, we had dropped frames as soon as I went live, so I don't know anything at all about the DLC, other than that there was a pop-up that said I could make it less spooky. So I have the heart rate monitor. I assume that it's more anglerfish type shenanigans. Because we weren't able to play last week, we did sit in Discord and talk for like an hour and a half about the plot of the original game, because it's been over a year, maybe 2 years since I played it. So I think I'm all caught back up on what's going on, even though it's been a while. I might still struggle a bit with the controls just because I haven't played it in so long. So if there's something I ought to know, or that the DLC assumes that I know from being familiar with the main campaign, feel free to just tell me in chat. That's completely fine. Give me a sec to get started here. Yeah. What a cool pop-up. And I think the other pop-up said that in order to progress the DLC, I need to go to the, is it the museum? Which I think I maybe kind of remember where it is. There are two pop-ups. One says go to the museum. The other one says the DLC is scary. You can turn on a thing to make it less scary. And I definitely don't know my way around anymore, so in addition to not really having a good handle on the controls. Wait, I thought I could use my boost to not take falling damage? Maybe it's a different button than I'm thinking. This is probably helpful to remember what the controls are. Yeah, I'm trying to use it here and it doesn't seem to work. Oh, triggers. Okay, thank you. That's more like it. Yeah, I remember that I have a scout. I remember that I can take pictures with the scout. I remember... it's the observatory, right? I remember... the quantum mechanics... Quantum mechanics... I remember the signal scope. This was the statue from before, right? Presumably there's something new in here. Oh, also I transferred my save from... Oh, cute. Remember those crystals? I transferred my save from the Epic Game Store. I figured I'd buy the game again on Steam just to give the developers more money, and because I'd like to have it on Steam. So I don't think there's going to be any jank from that, but... I think this was available before, right? Oh. Does it say new exhibit in English? Oh, here we go. Radio tower in Timber Hearth was built to receive transmissions from our deep space satellite. Houses the first ever photos taken of the entire solar system. Made possible with a deep space satellite's unusual vertical orbit that carries it high above and below the plane of the solar system. Responsible for generating the real... So... go look for the new satellite. Is that the extent of the breadcrumb? Is there more in the museum? Okay. Oh, there's a tower as well? Where's the tower? Is it somewhere on the planet that I'm on? If there's like a map that tracks things like that, I don't remember. I don't know if that would be enough to get added onto the ship's log. Sky Shutter. This is the new one. 2 onboard cameras. So you can take a snapshot of our village. This is old. Okay. Sorry, it's been like 2 years. Okay. Yeah, we recapped all of the specifics of the plot, but nothing like mechanical like this. The tower's somewhere else on the planet then that I haven't been to yet. Yeah, I was just about to try that Tertullian. This is probably going to take a bit too. This thing maybe? I remembered forgetting to put the suit on and getting out of the ship and suffocating. That was... Okay, once I have the signal locked on, does that actually do anything, or do I have to like get up to it to do something with it? 2 days since the launch of the deep space satellite. Fertile Hollow. Quantum Moon. What is that? Interesting. Right. Gabbro is on Giant's Deep, right? It's the only other person that is also aware of the time loop. We discussed a lot in the Discord and trying to remember what the plot was without trying to give anything away about what was significant in this DLC. And everyone made a really admirable effort to like overload me with information on the lore in the base game. But I did notice that the only person whose name was mentioned repeatedly was Gabbro. Oh, okay. I guess Gabbro is important because also is aware of the loop. I haven't autopiloted in a while. Right, so Giant Steep, just kind of recalling my mechanics here. Gabbro's somewhere on the surface, and also there's a statue island where they were manufacturing the statues that do the memory sync for the Ash Twin project. And if I went in the tornado that's rotating in the opposite direction from the other ones, I can get sucked into the core to get the Ash Twin project's probe data. But I already have that, so I shouldn't need to do anything like that. I just need to go find Gabbro if it actually do something with that. Might not be. He might have some dialogue. I've got a couple breadcrumbs to work on. Just want to see if there's anything obvious here. So my best bet is just kind of fly around to find people, since I won't have like a map marker for stuff, right? Oh yeah, I forgot the islands get launched into the air. That's kind of cool. I think there might be a... Oops, I didn't mean to launch the scout. I meant to put out... Can I do my signal scope while flying? I thought I could. Yes. So I thought I could use that to find specific Outer Wilds people. Yeah, based on their instruments. Yo. Found something. Found a photo of you in the old radio tower. Sent me to check on the deep space satellite. Space might be malfunctioning. Couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. There's a map that's generated by the satellite itself. It's inviting us to visit. I have a map? One that's standard with our spacesuits. Up near your ship, use your solar system map, lock onto any astral body. Some other lines here that I wanted to check. Why did Hornfels think it was broken? Sure, the last one is the same, but it's not super old, but it's hardly brand new. You're being very literal-minded about this. So I need to get my mouse out of there. So Giant Steep is one that was super easy to see regardless of where I was otherwise. New map. Ah, I see. Cool. Now the autopilot isn't perfect, right? If it like a body is behind the star, or it would cause me to pass too close to the star, I can get captured in its gravity well by autopiloting. It's basically just like an MMO auto run, right? Okay. But it does try to do the speed for me, okay. Assume some kind of quantum shenanigan here if we're talking about seeing a thing and then not seeing a thing. Undershot target. Whoa, shit. Whoops. Didn't mean to fly into it that fast. Damn. Be able to do anything this loop. So I already crashed into it. Well, I'm dead. I don't know why, but my ship just got yeeted. I guess I'll go try to get close to it if I can. Alright, well, we'll try that again. I have no guess. This is, unfortunately, it seems like something that requires fine understanding of the, like, velocity matching flight mechanics, which I am not very good at. So if they're wanting me to, like, land on the head of a pin, I'm probably going to need some guidance as to what buttons I should be pressing. I just want to get up close to it to inspect it. I don't know how reasonable that is. You can see how far I am with the timer over there, about 17 minutes into the DLC. I'm going to talk about things that I shouldn't know about yet. If you type !hide before your message, chat can see it and I will not be able to see it. Free to discuss whether something's kosher to share with me in there. Match velocity is only while I'm in the ship, right? Also works with a jetpack. Okay, this seems more reasonable now. Okay, so we can... Now that just helps me to locate stuff. Like, actually signal scoping stuff doesn't do anything on its own, right? Gabbro here. You too work. Lens. Let's see what the trouble is. No dust or scratches, no evidence of sparking or explosions. When you get close to it, so in the future I'll know that this is going to take me to this thing, basically. Or if that same signal is showing up somewhere else, it'll also work. So we know that there are certain significant degrees that it takes interesting photos. And we could try to reproduce that at the same moment. So I probably need to go review what's in Timber Hearth, figure out what those times are. I assume that it's when it's pointing at something specific. Right, it's in that little tower. Now I could walk onto the tower now that I've already been there with the... Or I guess I never actually got close enough with the signal scope to confirm its location, right? When I went there last time. I think that's true. But Timber Hearth is really small, so I'm sure I can just find it. There it is. Oh, shit. Alright, so I can always hold A to match velocity even if it's not giving me a prompt for that on the screen. That's good to know. I see. Is that specifically radio tower? Okay, got it. Sure. Play this again. Brittle Hollow, Hollow's Lantern, Giant Seed, Quantum Moon. 3 images. So there's something in one of the images that's not in the other images. Okay. Recognize a lot of those. Well, it's just Gabbro, so I don't think it's going to be that one. So it has to be presumably one of these 3 that has something interesting in it. So let me try to see if I know what all of these are. Let's see, Brittle Hollow, Giant's Deep, Timber Hearth, Ember and Ash Twins. That's the Interloper was the name of the comet, is that right? Brittle Hollow. And its little lantern. Okay. That one, I think, is the Quantum Moon, which I think it mentioned was legal in one of the pictures, so I don't think that picture is one of the interesting ones. Oh, is it this black thing that's occulting the star? That's kind of cool. 40 degrees. I was at like 30 something when I was there before. I was probably looking right at it. That's a cool way to hide it, though. Like, if they added it into the game, I feel like that's one of the fun challenges of this, of how do you hide stuff so that a blind player doesn't just accidentally stumble into it, or if they do accidentally stumble into it, that it feels really rewarding that they accidentally stumbled into it, right? So if it's just like a completely dark body that can only be seen when it's occluding light from the star, that's cool. This game is like the successor to Myst. Like, any game that wants to be like Myst needs to be like Outer Wilds, I think. Maybe not like from a... doesn't have to have the same like sci-fi theming and time loop stuff, but I keep thinking this is the only game I've ever played that's like it, but it actually is kind of like Myst now that I've played Myst. Appreciate it, Kara, but I've got just about every type of variation of hide. I did Myst Blind on stream maybe about a year ago. I've done a little bit of Riven. Yeah, if chat gets cleared, if somebody accidentally overshares, please feel free to be aggressive on clearing chat. If you think something is even kind of suspicious that hasn't been discussed in hide, it's completely fine. No one's done anything wrong. If you get cleared, you're not in trouble or anything. It's just, this is a game that I think works best the less I know about it, so. I appreciate that. Particularly if you see any new folks. No offense to new folks, but it can be tough for folks to know what the policy is. If you see somebody new come in, if you could let them know in hide that they can use hide, that would be helpful. I maybe could have just come here last loop, so I gotta wait a little bit now, don't I? Alright, so it matters what it's looking at. I wonder if I'll still be able to lock onto it. I think we still want to be somewhat close to ship. I want to make sure I have an idea of where I'm looking. Well, that's cool, Kara. I really like this game's soundtrack. I'm very easily moved by music in movies and video games. I get frisson pretty hard. And, the like music that plays when the loop's about to end, and the variant that plays specifically during the main campaign's ending when you're like taking the core to the vessel, is one of the best moments musically in gaming that I've ever encountered. Here we go. But I can't lock onto it. That's cool, though. Probably want to be in my ship in case I don't make it this time. I think the whole soundtrack is really good, but that one really, really stuck out with me in particular. That's so fucking spooky. I love that. God. I don't know how I feel about this. Hey, this is kind of awesome. I said I think that the base campaign of Outer Wilds might be my favorite sci-fi story of all time. It's certainly up there. Like, the feeling it gives me is unparalleled. This is so cool. I've talked before about how I'm particularly drawn to narratives about, like, scientists who do, like, a last-ditch effort, or, like, their work is only discovered long after the fact and used in some, like, cathartic way, which is part of why I like Mass Effect so much. Like, crossing thresholds. So this game basically ticks all of the boxes of the brand of hard sci-fi that I like. This is a pretty amazing experience to board this thing. It's also kind of terrifying. Oh, interesting. So I need a flashlight to get these things to go. So I see. So I'm guessing... Oh, shit. Unknown language. That's spooky. Alright. I think this just goes back to my ship, yeah. I like that you're so limited what tools you have to interact with the game world. Trees detected. Oxygen refilled. What the fuck? Whoa, it's a Stanford Taurus. Oh, that's awesome. Perfect. I was thinking, we were talking about this in Discord a little bit, that like the base campaign is perfect, and that really alarms me. Oh, is their whole thing like light is how they interact with stuff? That's kind of cool. So like, how do you make a DLC for this game? Like, you can only make it worse because it's already perfect. You can't do something that's better, but this is already amazing. Oh, cool little hooks. Yeah, it's even got the little sail. That's cool. Let me see if I can... I'll get some screen tearing. Turn on VSync, maybe. Seems to have helped a little bit. So I don't know how to read that language. The light fixtures are kind of creepy. This place is very Riven-y. Ship log updated. What an aesthetic to go for. So I get the sense that this isn't the Nomai. This is somebody else that was checking out this system. And they have this like Norse longhouse aesthetic. What the fuck? I love it. This is amazing so far. They were also pretty big, it seems like, or at least taller than me. I kind of like don't want to play the game now. I just want to exist in this state of like narrative superposition where I'm imagining what this is and what this means. I'm never going to get this feeling back again, so I kind of just want to like stand and stare at the screen for 40 minutes and not play it. I didn't know what I was flying to when I flew to the black occluding object, but I think that like tying it into the time loop as well, of course they're going to do that because that's the core mechanic, but like I said, if this game isn't the best game ever made, it might be one of the most elegant games ever made. I am going to look at this in a second. I'm just trying to delay learning more. Slide reel. Oh, cool. The reason I think it's super elegant is because the way that all the core mechanics just constantly feed back into each other, both from a game mechanics perspective and from a storytelling perspective. It's almost, it's so good it makes me angry. Oh, I see. Smart. So I can move the slides once I plug that into that thing. Okay. I noticed I started to get a slide earlier, but I think it requires light to be maybe behind the thing. If that was their whole idea, that like, hey, we give you these tools, you don't have very many of them, you have a flashlight, a signal scope, and a scout, and you can take pictures. What mechanic did we underuse for progression purposes in the original game? Oh, I bet if I close the door, I can make it darker in here, huh? Okay, hold on. Like, to me, that gives the game even more points, that they're sitting there thinking about what design space do we have. Is there a thing that lets me turn the light off? Whoa. They're like antler people. That's fucking cool. I like how, like, I'm gonna, like, stretch this game out as much as possible. I'm sorry, I'm gonna pause to talk about it a lot. Like, can we talk about how brilliant it is that your first exposure is a scary black orb that occludes the star, and you come into this with the warning that it's going to get spooky, and you could turn the spookiness down if you want to, and then you load in and it's this like terrifying like H.R. Geiger like black UFO star dock, right? And so the dread is at maximum. You see this language you've never seen before, and then it drops you off in this gorgeous like Stanford Taurus, and you get these like very homey like this is a tone that I don't think I've seen any other work nail. This feeling of like space is terrifying, but it's also kind of like home to somebody, right? And like, yes, you should be kind of terrified by the unknown, but you should also like be interested in exploring the unknown and realizing that these were people and like doing the archaeology component of it. Like, I love that there are these houses and there's like little pictures and you can see, oh, they're kind of scary looking, but this is just their family. They're just people, you know what I mean? And they even do that down to like the anglerfish in the base campaign. I have never seen anything else nail that balance of tone, and it's completely amazing. It's like my favorite thing ever. I assume there's some way to turn off the main light in this room so it's easier for me to see the slides. And I assume doing so also involves using my flashlight to power something, but I don't know where it is, and I'm okay to look around further before I start really closely paying attention to the slides, so. Yeah, the language is spiky and looks threatening. I completely agree. Another slide. Like, movies are generally constructed in a way that they're manipulating your feelings. They know that by showing you this scene from this perspective that you're meant to feel this way. And it's something that not every game developer really thinks about because they give the player so much control, right? Like, and there's some games that they'll do the thing where you'll have like the forced perspective where you'll walk through it. I know that the time loop is running out. I'm just trying to find an excuse for the time loop to run out and we have to fly here again and do this all over again without learning what everything is. But anyway, like sometimes you'll play like a Souls game where you'll go through a mountain pass that forces your camera to look at the beautiful vista. You know what I mean? Like, it never takes control away from you, but it still kind of gives you that film style directed experience where it's trying to evoke a feeling from you even though you have control. And I think that the way this game brought me into this like settlement was incredible. I'm already holding a slide reel. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Shit. That's fucking cool. But now I'm on the water and I'm scared. It broke everything. Oh, but now it's easier for me to see what the slides say. I can take pictures of these, right? Can I, like, save the pictures after taking them? I'm worried that something's gonna come kill me here. I have really bad thalassophobia and really bad megalophobia. I wasn't expecting this to happen. I kind of want to just meditate to, like, not have to deal with this right now. Hold on. How do I drop the thing again? I thought there was a way to drop stuff. Or do I have to set it somewhere specific? I thought I dropped this a second ago. We'll come back. I can't save pictures, I can just have one. Okay. Yeah, I heard the sound outside, which made me go look, which again, great, like, cue to the player. I have to set it somewhere with gravity. Okay. And pictures don't ever survive meditating anyway, right? Oh, thanks. So this, I was about to say, I hope they added some way to make this a little bit less insane. Applications I haven't visited before. You are a technological marvel. That's a really helpful reminder there, and I think that that's smart of them, because I guess that, I assume that means that I can visit that place, the Taurus, before I normally would be able to in a loop, right? Alright, so hold on. So you say you use the ship's computer, you got a radio tower, the Stranger, don't call it that. I mean, that's fine. Several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Artificial ring world hidden within some kind of cloaking field. It's not Harthian or Nomayan in origin. There are wooden buildings along the banks of the river, and there's more to explore here. No shit. Everything about this game is perfect. I don't understand. Like, it makes me kind of angry. Like, artists shouldn't be able to manifest their vision this well. It makes everybody else look bad. I love, like, that kind of progression too. How did I get the Nomai translator before? Which, was there a specific character that gave that to me? Was it the one in the, were they in the, observatory maybe? Museum? I love how they teach you about light here. Extremely smart. Getting some, like, minor performance hitches. I'm just going to keep playing. I don't know what's up. Try not to think about it too much. Hey, thanks for the follow, folks. Sorry, I'm really focused on the game right now. I'm trying to beat every awesome game. This is the most awesome game ever made. So, we should probably play it. Something, something. Might be. Oh, so I guess, because I had a more directed experience when I came in here the first time, right? But that's because I came in here according to whatever time it was when I had to wait for the satellite to be lined up here, right? So just being able to walk straight in and get on the boat is for second visits. Oh man. I can't express to you, like, I've played a decent number of horror games on stream, and they're not really my genre, but I can do it. I can deal with it. Because usually I can, like, break the horror game down into a set of systems and make it unscary for me. But like when the water came crashing down and I was just underwater, I hit meditate because I was actually scared. Like, I did not want to continue to explore. And I kind of have the argument of like, oh, well, I want to come back and keep doing stuff in here without the water or something, something, something. Oh yeah, Soma's horror. Soma's really, really good. That's one of the best games I've played on stream. So I can... Oh, I see. Okay. I'd like to be able to, like, set a light behind this thing in advance. Assume that there's still a way to turn that light off that I haven't discovered yet. Well, maybe I'll look around elsewhere before I try to get bogged down in this. Because it seems like I'm not supposed to go back. Like, I'm supposed to understand, okay, this is what the slides are, but the problem is that I can't manage my slides directly. So there's a dam. Okay. And the dam is what broke. I don't know why it broke. I'm not excited to find out why. My ability to boost like that is pretty limited, right? Sure, yeah. I mean, I played Subnautica. Subnautica is one of the best games I've played on stream. Soma's probably one of the best sci-fi games I've ever played. But same thing, I was kind of like able to gamify those. Ah, right, because this is how I originally... It was a room like this. That's right. Still can't read that language. Oh wait, is this back where I started? It might be. Yeah, that's my expectation. Geez, see where else I'm allowed to go here. I'm just going to go on that one. You know where that goes. I like the music on this boat too, that's pretty cool. I'm glad that they kept the whole, like, crazy events happen on planets at certain times thing. Like, it contributes even further to the general elegance of this game and its DLC so far. Like, the dam breaking is one of those things where you can picture them whiteboarding that, right? Like, so what do we do? What mechanics do we have to work with? What can we do that's new? Outer Wilds almost single-handedly took the fear out of Banjo. Oh, they have a little instrument too. And I can see a reflection of them, which is pretty normal looking. I kind of like that they do this stuff like culturally too, of like, apparently this is how families take pictures. They look like a little Russian nesting doll. I want more archaeology games. They don't have to be sci-fi, although that's a huge plus if they are. Pretty far from the dam that broke now, but I assume that that is going to affect everywhere once it happens. Slide reels, which are a natural technology for them to have, given that they seem pretty focused on light. Now this room is darker, maybe not dark enough though. Oh, a lantern. Interesting. Can I light it though is the question. Okay, I think I get it. So I think they're trying to establish that I can probably find a working lantern somewhere and then bring that to each of the projectors. And then I have to deal with different puzzles in each of the rooms. I think I may have went to a later room or a more difficult to solve room because there's so much light filtering into it. Maybe I can repair this one, but I kind of get the feeling that there's just another one that I have to find, and this is telling me to keep an eye out for it, basically. Maybe I'll carry it with me. I don't have any reason not to. Where we first came in here. Should try to figure out, do I have a way of keeping track of what time it is? Does that track in a menu somewhere? I don't remember if I can like pull up a pause menu. Oh, I didn't even notice these last time. Dude, that's radical. That, oh my god. This game makes me angry. Why is it so good? Like, I was in here already. I was in here and I saw them and I didn't think anything of them. I'm like, those aren't interactables. Like... Like, I'm sure there are people who have gone in that room and realized they were interactables and made the connection sooner, but I like it even better that I didn't, that I walked right past them and then went in this room and saw the broken one. There's another one right there. Oh, interesting. Whoa. What the fuck? And it's the same technology as the, like, occluding, the, like, cloaking tech. Just to make it even more... I don't know if that's saying I should take the boat to get to the back of that thing and there's a way for me to climb up there, or if I can come out the back of it. I guess I should go try to look for where that is. That's cool though. I'm going to say the word elegant a lot, but it's the idea that they try to take one idea and they use it to accomplish many, many, many things instead of having a bunch of disparate ideas. I think some of my favorite, the best design games I've played are ones that start with something simple, maybe add another thing that mixes with it, and then tries to explore all the different combinations of their core ideas, right? I think I prefer that to a game that just keeps stacking mechanic on mechanic on mechanic on mechanic. It's sort of like the braid thing. where the game sort of designed itself that Jonathan Blow just had to come up with some of the core mechanics. Like, let me go outside and see this water crashing, see if it affects me. I think it was a different one that broke. Oh yeah, wow, that's awesome looking. I'm about to be fucked. Oh, is it less? It's still pretty fucking impactful here. Wow. That's awesome. It just propagates. Cool. I was saying about Braid that, like, Jonathan Blow just has to come up with the idea of, here's a thing that is immune to time travel, right? Like, that's his idea, and then he can just immediately remix that with all of his other ideas by saying, okay, what happens if the player is immune to time travel? What happens if the enemy is immune to time travel? What happens if a door is immune to time travel? What happens if a key is immune to time travel? Right, like, it designs itself in a really cool way. Slide reel, okay. Now, I think that when we see that turquoise, the portal does that too. What about saying something where, Walter? That's not okay. I'm not okay with that. I need to take screenshots here. Thank you for not saying anything. Don't do that. So we want to put a light in the back of whatever that thing is once I find one, I think. Sorry, I'm just taking screenshots over here. Oh, and that's... okay, I think these are like... it looks like they're locks on a thing, which is really bad. Like... because I'm probably trying to unlock it, and why are they locking it up? Alright, so this is like lock number 2. I haven't found the slides for lock number 1 yet, presumably. And the music is spooky right now, which makes me not want to go get the other slide, but I'll go do it. I want to die. It's fine. It's fine. This looks like this is the quantum eye, right? I should recognize that symbol from the main campaign. Chat can answer that. It's been a while since I played. Okay, so this one's interesting. Eye of the universe. So this species was also looking for it, and that's such a... I like that because it's such a natural thing for the next game that you don't think about during the main campaign, that like, why is it just a Nomai that found this, right? There must have been somebody else. It's a significant phenomenon. I guess it's hard to find, but... okay. So they saw it and they scanned it. Oh, they're like... owl... that's cool. That seems bad. Okay. So that is a bad thing, and that's what causes the end of the universe. But it seems like we're suggesting that this is like a vision that... Oh god, that face. Dude, fuck this. That's perfect. And I love that that's where it ends, and it just starts looping. So, like, you're left to wonder, like, did this person just go insane by gaining this knowledge? I love the choice of slides here. Like, again, it makes sense with their whole focus on light. Gotta figure out. Okay, I think that's the weird coffin thing that has the locks on it that I probably need to open that I don't want to open. Eye of the Universe. Possibly their homeworld is the top one. And then the bottom one looks like it's the... Maybe it's fire or the light of invention or something. I like the slides as a natural consequence of them being focused on light as their core mechanic, but it's also terrifying. So it works in multiple different ways at the same time, which is great. Okay, so the boats just start floating around. What can I do here? Oh, I stopped halfway through? Looked like it was restarting. This one's much longer than the other one, then. Oh. Oh. Good. Good. Thank you for not letting me miss that. That's pretty important. Although I think I probably, if I ran into crazy evil ones, evil ghost owl people, the information I had... Okay, so they sent this here to keep anyone else from finding it. Let me watch this one more time. Right, so they become resolved, and I love the music sting there on the slide. They burn their churches to the eye of the universe. Things get bad and scary, and we lose a lot of data in the process. And it seems like they set out to obscure anyone finding information about this thing. Okay. Looks like I got an extra ship log entry from watching the rest of that, so thank you. This might have been the building. I didn't take a screen. I'll have to take a screenshot next time I see it of the thing I can go to where there's like a little secret around the back of it. Star's looking pretty red. Let's see if I can find it. It was near some rocks. I think it was this one, actually. This looks right. Maybe on the other side of it. My boat might not be able to fight the... This is a mistake! Assume I have the same problem, if not a worse problem. Just be opposed to continue to explore in this loop. I kind of want to see what happens when time runs out. Closer to time running out. Oh, that's bad. Well, that solves that problem for me. Trying to avoid looking at chat too much, so if you really need to get my attention, feel free to use the chest command. I'm anxious now about accidentally reading anything, so at least try to glance at it occasionally, but I'm also super engrossed, so... Oh, that's nice. I remembered that I was locked onto it. Did it always remember your last lock-on? I feel like that's perfect for this DLC since you're going to spend all your time here. Well past space ocean. This is a spaceship made out of wood? I'm curious. Usually the answer to this question, because I used to ask this question a lot during the main campaign playthrough, whether it's scripted that when you fly into this darkness for a little bit that you just end up here, or if there's actually like something physical in place, you know, and it's just obeying the physics to get me in here. I think I was surprised to find that virtually nothing is scripted in this game. Sometimes, to players' chagrin. Okay, that's a lot of new information. What we got here? Sealed vault. Yeah, it's a vault that looks like a coffin. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure there's nothing terrible in there, or terrifying. Cave entrance at the base of a rocky island with a tall tower. Cinder Isles. Strangers, inhabitants, analyzing the eye of the universe. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. Okay. Let's see. So are you not allowed, is there an actual event flag here, even though the game usually doesn't do that, that if you happen to bumble into it without having done the stuff with the satellite, that you can't land here? Makes me mad. Check out their ships. I didn't do that last time. Maybe if I bring a lantern here, I can. Well, they still have like the like fish hooks in the ceiling. Or if I can use that to hook my own ship. Yeah, accidental discovery is fun. I agree. I'd like to know, what is it that changes about the layout of the place that the first time I come here causes me to come into a locked room instead of just getting straight out to where the raft is? I guess I'll find that out later. It's an interesting question. We start right by the dam, which is cool. Oh, right, I have to push this off first, don't I? So this is here the whole game. If you play it from the beginning with the DLC enabled, like you could do this as like the first thing you explore in Outer Wilds. I have the same problem. I always hit push raft. That's why they wanted to show me that earlier. Thing to do in case I get stuck later. I like that the first time you find this raft, it's in that dark room, so you're going to know the flashlight mechanic makes the orbs light up. Yeah, I kind of want to go back in time and play the whole game with this DLC, because I wonder if encountering it earlier, what it would do to your interpretation. I think it works completely great, even just at the beginning here. Having played through the whole campaign, like it's great at recontextualizing the stuff we already know. So there's a cave. That's the way it phrased it. And I'm pretty sure this is the right island from that picture. This is the one that has the lanterns. Let's go back without memories. That's cool. The Nomai and these folks. These nice folks. The light dies when it goes underwater. That's interesting. Just to save me some time here, I don't mind getting an answer to this question. This is the rock formation and tower that's supposed to have a cave somewhere along it, right? Or is it a different building? This is the right tower. Ah, here we go. That's cool. So you could conceivably find this without the little breadcrumb. I guess you could also be going up the stairs and seeing if there's something underneath the stairs if you're looking really closely, which would make you come down here to check for it. That's cool. This game is so good. I don't want it to be over. Like, I'm enjoying finding stuff, but... Ship log updated. I am a really big fan of the sound design in Outer Wilds in general, but the way that like you get little sound cues while watching the slides and stuff. That shit's fantastic. Okay, so I think that this is for another one of the locks on the fucking terrifying coffin thing. Oh, interesting. Oh, very interesting. What the fuck? These must be the electrical cables, or some of the electrical cables. Coffin thing. Oh, I like kind of like the antler styling on these. If there was a frequency here to detect, I would know when I take out the signal scope, is that right? It would default to something that's unknown nearby. I guess I can take the slides from the shitty room into the better dark room. Oh, even if the scope isn't out. Okay, so I don't have to be checking the scope constantly to test for that kind of thing. Right. Your ability to boost is extremely limited. I appreciate that they lock you out of your ship effectively. Like that whole interstitial room, one of the main purposes of it appears to be that. I need to go get another lantern, but I'll do it in a second. I don't remember which of these houses had the nice projector in it. Not this one. Oh yeah, this is the one that showed me the cave. No, I think they needed to stop you from doing ship-based shenanigans here. So I think that was a good decision. Okay, let me go get the lantern. I like that you can use the flashlight. It would just be a gigantic pain in the ass. I hope that no one has actually thought that they had to use the flashlight. I hope they got the cue that this is such a pain. There must be a better way, you know? There was one in here, right? Yeah, I guess that was one where my, like, brain was like, okay, they wouldn't want me to suffer this badly. That doesn't seem in line with the design principles of this developer. I must be missing something. Okay. Use interface. Ooh. What the fuck? I love that that's completely consistent with stuff we've already learned up to this point, and we could have maybe guessed at this or stumbled into it. God damn it. How dare they? I need to send a, like, there's my favorite webcomic, Akewood, has a comic where someone's like interrogating this rich guy and they're like, you know, why did you write a check for $10,000 to Oreos? And it's like, I like their product. I just want them to have some walking around money. Like, I want to send a check to the developers of this game and just include a message that says, how dare you? That was a tower, I think. Yeah, this is, in addition to everything else, it's basically the perfect DLC, you know? You get a little sound in case you came here first. Nice. They're like mummified. Terrified that I'm gonna like wake them up. Roast marshmallow, doze off. So this gives me strong like, oh, they all have like lights in these things. Like they were trying to do like a hypersleep kind of a thing. Dude. Okay, hold on. Hello, friends. I can doze off to pass time directly, right? Without... completely skipping the loop, basically. This is so fucking radical. I love that there's the one empty one too, right? This is a good decision. I'm really worried about these guys waking up. I'm also, another thing that's scary is that I'm going to sleep for some amount of time and I'm going to come back and like some of them are going to be missing. This could also just be a place to doze off. Like this is the campfire that I can access here. The loop is 22 minutes by default, right? Still only one missing. If I end up ending the loop doing this, that's okay. I just want to do some testing here. Oh shit. Okay, so the water gets worse at some point? How do I roll again? Oh, it's just, is it just moving the, wait. Does that put out their flames? Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, so this is close to the end of the loop. I love this song. This is one of the most powerful songs I've ever heard in a video game. Trying to see if that put out their flames. I think it did. Yeah, it looks like it. Because it put out the flame in the center. Oh, is this the burnt out Church of the Eye? Okay, so I think when I saw that earlier, I kind of read it as a refuel jetpack. I missed that before. I guess that makes sense if they used it to burn the place down. So they came here, they like worshipped it, and then when they got here, they scanned it and saw that it was really bad. And so they burned their own church and then set out to build the thing to block it. Yeah, that's cool. I feel like I should be dead by now based on the song. Something fucky. That was a different death screen, wasn't it? I guess it would make sense that, oh, well, if it's protected in some way. Yeah. Right, because the Ash Twin Project's only able to send so many memories back for a predetermined period of time. Because eventually, even though the shell is meant to resist a supernova, it can't completely resist it. Well, that was a cool piece of information to discover there. That the stranger can survive the supernova. Yeah, exactly. You've been so conditioned to know what that song means and to know to be dead when it's over that not being dead, that was great. As a bit of intentional storytelling. Sealed vault. Yeah, I've seen that. Island Tower. Found a slide rule that shows the stranger's inhabitants opening a secret passage in a round room filled with lanterns and murals. Oh, they file into 3 of these rooms throughout the stranger. I think I missed that part. Yeah, okay, so that was their church. Church of the Eye that they burnt down. It's a great question to ask and hide, Vertesian. Yeah, so that tells us, it either suggests that the stranger is able to avoid the supernova, or that it's not physically here, or it stops physically being here. There's lots of questions, and I like that superposition of questions. Oh, this is... maybe I... oh, I see. Oops. Sorry. Oh, shit. It finally happened. It's doing such a good job of remembering from the base playthrough. Of course. I thought I took damage from falling out of the ship there, too. Beautiful. I'm happy that happened. I guess that answers... that's also lore, though. I mean, it's annoying that I gotta go back now, but... The owl deer people don't breathe oxygen, or at least they don't breathe whatever Hearthians breathe, or they don't have it in that part of the... I guess maybe they're already suited up when they get there. Lots of questions. I really appreciate that they did it this way, that you can just auto lock onto it and just go to it at the start of the loop. Like, it still doesn't violate their rules. Like, you'd think that they would feel compelled to want to, like, let you start on the stranger, but that's not in line with the game, right? This is about as close as you can get. Because you're, like, gasping for air. I think I remember that from the base game. There are trees that regenerate my shit, but okay, oxygen tank refilled. So yeah, I guess that's like a airlock, and they're supposed to already be suited up before they come in here. Sure. Still, cool. How is anyone else supposed to make video games after this? It's an atrocity. So we've seen this symbol before. Ghost matter detected. That's interesting. I didn't see this last time. This basically got sprinkled everywhere because of the interloper before. And I never really picked up a way to not be harmed by that, right? Like, the best I can do is shoot a scout through it. Let's see. So, like, the little crystals are just warning me that it's generally around here. But the crystals themselves don't necessarily harm me. Okay. Shit. I guess that kind of is the puzzle solution, right? Come here later when it's underwater. It's cool. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do something there right now anyway. I'm gonna come back after the dam breaks. Did. Great for exfoliation. Left bumper. But it looks like it tries to right me. No worries, Artesian. Thank you for your concern. Ghost matter hot sauce. So we know this is one of the symbols, a little lantern symbol. Oh shit! Great. Just trying to take it out. I can get up close to this. Oh, that's cool. With the RGB? Like a CRT screen? What a nice choice. They could have just made this an invisible wall. That's awesome. Actually, I wonder... I'm already shining my light on it, okay. Yeah, that's pretty rad. This game makes me angry. Like I said, send him a check and just say, how dare you. Like, other people need to make art, developers of Outer Wilds. You're making everybody else look bad. When I played this game, I didn't have any point of comparison for it at all. Completely blind. I like how there's 2 lanterns on a couple of them, but it's enough to make you unlikely on your first playthrough to accidentally grab those 2 specifically, right? Alright, this really freaks me out. This one's full. See, this is another whiteboarding thing, I think. Like, whiteboarding being you sit down and you try to plan out with your team, like, what you want your game to do, right? Like, if you're gonna have 3 locations, there has to be something about each one of them that makes them non-degenerate. And, having one of them where one is missing. Ooh, man. Spooky, spooky. Nope, out. So I never actually got around to watching this, although I still think this is probably not a great room to do it in. So I might try to take these slides with me elsewhere. I might be able to fit them both on a raft. Let's see. Probably fine to do it in that room, but... There's a raft platform up there. There's one over here. I guess I never brought a boat here, did I? So those are places to dock your boats, your rafts, but not necessarily raft producers. Okay. I bored. It was pretty far over. I'll go back to it. Try not to die to ghost matter. So you run into a couple broken lanterns. So there's a couple ways to kind of get the intended experience. That's cool. That happens at some point. I noticed that before. Here's something whirring. That eventually would cause the dam to break. Oh, you can see the water starting to... That's cool. Come out of it there. Surprised at how, like, the sound design is good. Like, I like the music that plays, but it does a really good job of playing in a way that's kind of organic and doesn't feel like it's just like triggering a sound effect, like you cross a threshold and I was like, okay, now you have to play this sound. Oh shit. Shit. I think it was that one. This is probably the less interesting slide to grab. I think this is showing their home planet. Oh yeah, this is one of the four. So there's the one about the eye, which is really spooky. There's one about about the coffin thing. And then there's one about the house that has all the ghost matter in it with the, like, fire icon on it. Oh shit, I need to go grab a lantern. I'm on controller, you can see from the on-screen buttons. Try to use a controller whenever possible, just more comfortable for streaming. Yeah, I agree, Scarf. Absolutely perfect. That's one of the ones I was thinking of. Gonna find out about their homeworld, presumably. So they detected the signal. I like how that's a very similar face, but it's more of a face of like scientific awe and wonder. This is almost scarier watching it in this order. I think I was supposed to see this one first, but I guess maybe if I had seen this one first, I wouldn't have thought the other one was done after the screaming face. Since it's a recurring motif. I bet if I had gotten to this one and seen the face and then saw there was more after it, I may have gone and watched the other one again to compare. The burnt out ones. Just build a little tourist ship to come here. It's fucking great. Big fan. Okay, got it. I absolutely love stories that can communicate information, complex information with visuals instead of with text. Like, I expect at some point I'll gain the ability to read the text here, but even if I don't, maybe even preferably if I don't, like, they're already communicating a ton without it. It's just the Moonkin. They're not a viable pick in Vanilla WoW. Burnt out church, which I only really came to at the end of the last run. People who are mad about their World of Warcraft characters being not viable create a lot of technical disasters, don't they? So we're gonna have to deal with that soon. Very soon, actually. So I'm going to take that opportunity to go check out the Ghost Matter house once it's underwater. Although, if I recall correctly, this might be challenging because I think the rush of water, the raft can't really beat it. Even with the bit of water that's coming out right now. So I guess I could go there and sleep in one of the houses. That's why you have multiple locations that have a campfire to rest in. You're trying to go further and find the third thing. Let's go along with the current. I'm really glad that we're playing this 3 days in a row because I think I would go crazy thinking about this game if we were playing it 1 day per week. Those are the wires. Oh shit. Turns out rafting is scary, folks. Don't do it. Not even once. May have missed my opportunity. Let's see. This is the other side of the dam, right? I love how perfectly resonant this whole thing is, too, with the, like... Oh, this drains the water here, too, doesn't it? With the feel of the base game and, like, how crazy it is that the Hearthians have this, like, wooden spaceship, right? Does drain the water. Oh, that's where the sarcophagus is. Okay. Interesting. What else do we got over here? Ah, okay. So we got a code for later. We don't know, but we can try to keep an eye out for a pattern like that. Okay, so here you get a pretty direct... The lantern is right there if you came here first for some reason. I keep like talking up how rad it is, but I am so completely in love with the idea of them using the flashlight for most of the puzzles here. How much did the flashlight get used in the main playthrough? It was pretty much for the quantum effects, right? Just to like stop observing something. Okay, so I guess, so this is another kind of whiteboarding thing, right? Like, you come here early, this might be a place where you quickly understand the relationship between the lantern and the projector, but because there aren't any slides here, you might not know that there's a thing you have to go find somewhere else. Because I went to the other places first, now I get here and I know, oh, I should go look for slides to put here. Even if they end up being in a different room. Let's see what we can find. Assume they wouldn't make me travel super far with it if it is in a different room around here. Has the sarcophagus been fully unearthed now? It has been. Spooky. Oh shit, okay, so was this already destroyed when I got here? Yeah, this is far enough away and annoying enough to get to. Oh, this is going to be the thing that tells me about the sarcophagus. Okay. That I feel like if you didn't already know about the slide mechanic from elsewhere, you wouldn't think to look down there to find it, right? So I love how there are multiple pathways for different players. This was underwater originally. That's cool. Okay, so I think that we're meant to understand that this all happens in an order. So they observe it, they get here, they find out that it's bad, they burn down the church, and they do everything they can to stop other people from finding it. Then a third thing that I haven't uncovered yet. Then we're going to find out about the sarcophagus. Let's go. This is worse. I was already scared of the thing, game. When I saw that they were putting locks on it. Whoa. Oof. This is perfect though. Like you're meant to already be scared of this thing, I think. Based on what you've already seen from it, but just in case that didn't take effect. Like you wanna send that information in several different ways depending on what the player is doing. And like reinforcing it makes it worse. So this broken house is kind of difficult to navigate. Is that the only slide that's intended to be put into this projector over this side, or are there more slides here? You don't need to tell me where they are. I'm just curious if I'm done looking for slides at the moment. The other ones have had 2, which is why I ask. Thank you. Oh, there's my puzzle solution. And that much sooner than I thought I was going to find it. I can't zoom on that, can I? Screenshot of that. 1 second. What else is in that room, though? Pool table? Okay. I really like the scouts. I think that's a cool concept. So we got, looked like that was sun, but let me check the other options first. That thingy. Nice. Jetpack fuel's in here. This thing's all burnt out and burnt to ash. Yeah, these are like our little antennas. Oh. Interesting. It looks like one of their little ships. Let's see. I guess this is set up in such a way that I can't view this information with the signal scope, right? Try to get something from their ship. So maybe where they were piloting the thing at some point. I wonder if there end up being multiple codes for that thing later on. Broken dam, spooky sarcophagus. Gonna die in a second. So I didn't watch this last time. Oh, is it like a white dwarf now? I was probably looking directly away from the interesting thing. Let's go. I'm gonna get sent back in a second. Oh no, that's the thing I should have been looking at. I thought the whole thing was maybe rotating, so I wasn't looking at it at the right time. I love that the probe gets launched in a random direction every time. That's cool. It's a thing that you could conceivably catch on your first playthrough, too, it feels like. Info. Submerged structure. It is a bad thing. Burned control interface and a projection that seems to indicate a broken connection between the stranger and another craft. Oh, that's interesting. So I can go find a ship somewhere. Okay, I didn't realize that that was representing like a connection. Yeah, I wonder if I can get like a... So there's more to explore here means that in the reservoir in general there's more to explore. Not necessarily in that room, right? So my read on that, and this is just me speculating out loud, so don't confirm or deny. But my read is that I need to like find the missing ship somewhere out in the system, but it's a reason to leave the stranger temporarily and get some information from it. But I assume that means I'm going to have to pick up like a signal scope to track it down. But I'll look in the hangar here. Bet there's like a missing ship in here too, isn't there? There's two over there. No hooks here. I guess there's hooks that don't have a ship in the middle, but... You said if I'm able to scan a new signal scope thing, it'll just pop up when I'm close to it, whether I have the scope out or not. I don't have to, like, hold that out and fish for stuff directly. Guessing bringing a lantern back here doesn't matter. I don't know if that even works, if I can even get up there. Maybe I can from my ship, but I get the feeling this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing. It's a thing to jump on. Yeah, I don't think it's something I can do up here. Definitely can't get into the hatch with this. Tempted to bring a lantern here. I might be able to do that. Because that would consume a significant amount of time, will bringing a lantern to the ship do anything? If the answer is no, I won't bother. I don't need to know what it does, just does that do anything, yes or no? It will not. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna try to stay on the side for the water to come down so I can explore the ghost matter house. There's a building closer to the... Oh, I think the building that's closer to the dam is the one that you come in the first time you visit, if I recall correctly. I don't know if being able to go under here means anything. It doesn't look like it. It's kind of a cool little feature of the... I can't crouch, right? I don't know, I kind of got the sense that the flashlight and the lanterns interact with light-triggered objects in different ways. Like, did the lanterns open spinny doors? I still had another slide here. Is that the one that I didn't use last time? Yeah, because I grabbed that one before. Okay. Let me try to just do it in this room. This room sucks, but try to find a lantern somewhere. Broken one. Bit of raft point. I thought maybe the lantern would like reveal symbols on the underside or something, because we've seen that the lantern will sometimes reveal stuff that the flashlight doesn't reveal. I still have a third one of these spooky rooms to find. I already checked that one. The third one's probably in the third area with the sarcophagus, I would guess. Try going there earlier in the loop too. Does this work? At least in a way that's good enough. Oh, the whole room gets darker. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So this is lock number 1, I think. It's very similar to lock number 2. It's the locations arguably different. Or the screenshot. Scripts log updated. Oh, sorry, I gotta untrap my mouse here. Really wants to be trapped. There we go. There we go. What? I'm gonna pass some time here. I like too that you can, like, their home world is almost kind of hard to see. You can make it out, but it's already kind of in shadow. But I guess you could conceivably go in there and notice that it's the only one that has a planet in the sky. I should try to come here immediately and figure out how much time needs to pass for me to doze off to trigger the water. Will I hear stuff during this? I know it'll force wake me up if the water's in a... like, knock me out of place. I didn't notice if this one was low enough. It probably is. It's super close to the dam. Shit, I probably should have, like, can you, like, make waypoints in this game? I probably should have marked it in some way. It was pretty close to where you first came out. It might be over here. Here we go. So water just, like, negates it, basically, right? Oh, is there another slide in here? No, it's just a weird looking device. Okay. Ship log updated. So we got another one of these things where they strap the folks in. Is there ghost matter in here, though? Cup artifact. Interesting. Oh. Oh. That's cool. Okay, so maybe I can come here during when it's not flooded, potentially. This looks kind of like the artifact we saw before, the missing one. Alright, I think I know where to take this then. I don't know if I can get there though. Not the dam's broken. Oh, no, this is the thing. These are the things that the Okay. So these are the things that the mummies are holding, and they have a light in them. And I think, I don't know if it lets you like sleep for longer, it stasises you, it does something. But that room had the little mummy like things on it, so know how I get it lit. I guess I could try bringing it to one of the campfires before the damage gets worse. Shit. I think the church is broken at this point, is that true? And now I feel pretty like the water itself isn't super dangerous. There's other things that are dangerous right now. But I thought there were going to be like monsters in the water as soon as the dam broke. And I'm glad that no one disabused me of that fear, because the period when I was afraid of it was pretty spooky. Can't put a lantern in that thing, okay. A couple other places I can think to bring the artifact to. Can't like use that, right? Maybe I could light the thing on this little campfire, I guess not. Okay. Yeah, it's a nice touch. Burnt out church is over there. I'm gonna try to refill my boost here. Okay, very good. It might be hard to get there now because of the wires. I don't remember if the wires are only on one side or not. I see. You basically need a boat to get through here then, gotcha. That's not good. This place I didn't get to explore last time because I got swept past it, I think. Oh, that's an interesting building up there. Fuck, I want to go there. Ah! Get in this boat real quick. Maybe, maybe not. Thought about bringing it to the burnt out device, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't think this is the signal thing. I think this is the mummy thing. So I think I probably want to get it earlier in the loop. This was... Oh, I didn't realize some of these were... Oh shit, I didn't realize how late it was. Whoops. That's down wrong, hold on. What was that? This one not too far. Maybe I was pressing the button too fast and it was like speed scrolling. I don't expect this to work here because I need to get the flame on it and it didn't work with the campfire. Doesn't look like this thing. That's a different thing. Yeah, this is the mummy thing. Well, I'll try to get it earlier in a loop. Oops. I did get some new notes, right? Really? Oh, because it's in places I've already been. Workshop surrounded by ghost matter. Chains and a glowing symbol. Okay, I already knew that. Gotcha. I just need a yes/no on this one because I really feel like I was doing the right thing there. Does the artifact have... I mean, clearly it has to do with the fires, right? Because all the mummies have little fires. I'm going to ask this question without getting it spoiled for myself. Wait, is this the quantum moon? Shit. It is the quantum moon, isn't it? Lost my lock on. You refuse to answer. Okay, well, I'll take that as a yes. But I realize I put you all in a difficult position by asking a question you'd prefer not to answer. So apologies for that. I was trying to think of how to word it without doing it very stupidly. So we need... Whoa! That's really much closer to me than I thought. I want to get under here. That's kind of cool. You might not expect to do that if you didn't come here when it was underwater. Whoa. Wait, do I have... Were those button prompts there last time? The focus conceal in the corner there? Shit, I'm gonna die. Where the heck is this thing? My question was just, I was trying to figure out how to ask, how is the campfire related to this device without, like, putting y'all in a situation where you had to give it away, but it tells me this device and the fire are important, so... But I suspected that before. I just think I made a mistake in interacting with it. Oh, wait, is this right? Yeah. Okay, so last time I came here, I didn't see the little buttons in the top corner, so sorry about putting y'all in that position about that question. I really thought that maybe there was something I had to do here with pressing the X button or like standing on top of the fire. Oh, are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, kill me. I mean, I killed me. Oh. I was gonna press the right bumper. What the fuck? I guess that's connected to the mummy guys, right? Wait, so if I had come in here and done focus, would anything have happened? No, right? I would have just come here and been like, oh, I guess I can't do it yet. What? I was trying to just demonstrate that, like, this is what I was going to try to do, jump on it. But I think I took so much damage from the ghost matter earlier, because, okay, if I had just jumped on it, would this have happened immediately, or did it require that I be really low on health? I can't jump anymore, can I? Oh, I can regular jump. I did take some fire damage last time and nothing happened. So you had to be standing on it for a long time or be almost dead from earlier. Okay. Well, I think that that's really well foreshadowed with the corpses that all have little flames on them. But I assume that means that... no me gusta. No me gusta. What happens if I meditate till next loop? Why does it even give me the ability to conceal? Oh, shit. All the other ones are empty when I woke up there too. Did it matter that I happened to do that in the room with the missing one as well? I hear footsteps. I don't like this at all.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No, thanks, I'm good.
Can I go back to the other part when I didn't find this? There's still more to explore, right? I meant in the other part where I don't have this thing. I'm gonna read this now? Oh god. No. Oh fuck. Nope. Okay, that seems like some kind of like detection turret thingy. This is how it's supposed to work with a focus light. So, okay. I'm absolutely expecting a scary owl man ghost to show up and spook me, right? That's running through my brain right now. And I think, I don't know if this is true, but I think the turret was meant to tell me. I think the turret was meant to tell me, like, in case I didn't already wonder why there was a conceal button. It's like, oh, there's just a turret thing that I need to go through without the flame being on, but it's made me even more terrified, so how dare this developer? Already now's not a good time, buddy. You're not a very graceful kitty. Is this there? Oh shit, oh shit, I didn't even look up. Okay. Tall enough to use this thing. The fact they keep reminding me that I'm smaller than these things is also rather alarming, I have to say. I think this is the thing from the cuts, not the cutscene, but the slides before. Feeling that touching water is bad? Yes, touching water is bad. Oh no, the entire... Okay, never mind. That was pretty scary. Sorry, I'm not talking very much. That was really, really cool. I have a feeling there were probably other hints to that, right? That it wasn't just that I was supposed to see that they were mummies. So I feel like I maybe denied myself a few breadcrumbs, but I guess now it'll be fun to find out what those were and imagine. I didn't get many stumble into things in my playthrough of the main campaign, right? Or does anyone remember if I found something by accident? Like, I think the game always told me this is how the quantum rocks work, right? And I didn't just, like, guess at it. I do have my suit. I thought I forgot it for a second. You might want to delay using this thing. But it looks like there was interesting shit there, so... Yeah, it's a bit of a smaller space to explore. I mean, I did expect, like, you go in there and you see the mummies and they have these devices and they have a little fire in them. I would not have jumped on the fire. I was really just trying to demonstrate what I thought I was supposed to do. It was only because I almost died from ghost matter before, which is kind of hilarious. Shit. I need to, like, know where this is. It must be just through the water, right? It can't be in the water. Just gonna carry this thing with me. There's another whole section I haven't visited, so I'm gonna try to bring this with me there rather than go back to Spooky Town. Oh. Go. I think I keep getting knocked past this one, right? Yeah, that looks significant. Is that a wait for the water level to be higher? But landing here is so much harder. Guess I could go further down. Loop back around next time. I still have stuff to do down in this section, I think. I don't think I've ever been here without the dam being broken. So let's see if anything's significantly different. I'm not sure if like the maximum amount of progression is when the dam is broken. This is where they lowered the sarcophagus thing. Okay. We can be pretty sure what that means. Don't go this way, danger. I kind of hope we never get to translate that. That'd be a nice touch. I was able to do shit in there before, right? Is this the room where something's happening? He's shooting a scout down there, I guess. Too small. Looks like there's a way to get in there maybe from the water. Can I get down there safely? I don't even know if I can bring the artifact with me. Hold on. Ooh, need to do that. I think this thing doesn't do anything unless if I have the fire, so... I have a question, but again, I think it's another rough one that getting an answer is going to put you guys in a difficult position, so let me think more about asking it this time. My question is... will it ever be profitable to just be carrying this thing around with me all the time? Oh, smart. Very cool. That's really cool. Oh, it was just down there that I couldn't bounce out of the water for some reason. Sorry, let me finish asking my question. So, am I going to be mad that I'm not carrying this with me while I'm doing other things? Or is it safe to leave it behind if I'm doing other things other than... There's probably no way to answer that question without giving a shitload away. I'm sorry. I just want to know if it's okay for me to leave it behind or if it's a good idea to have it on me. Because I will go to great lengths to carry it with me in annoying places, and I think that's going to be frustrating and take a bunch of unnecessary time. Oh, really? It wasn't letting me boost. I think it wanted me to open the door, but I'm not sure. So we know that those things act differently when there's a lantern shining on them, right? Oh. So boat thingy under it. Okay. This one's burnt out again. Don't worry about carrying it until you have intent with it. Okay, thank you. That's kind of the question I was trying to ask. I appreciate it. And so begins yet another huge mistake. Oh, I don't like how dark the water is. This is a thing where you might have thought to look at the bottom, right? Okay. So now we see the thing. It's like encased in this Chernobyl sarcophagus. It's totally not a bad thing. Spooky music in here. I have intent. Do I not use any fuel when I'm maneuvering underwater with this? Didn't look like I was. I like how this thing is like hidden enough in the water that if you don't already know it's there, you might see the chains, but okay, so that's what I was going to do. I was going to go up to the thing and press focus and conceal. And I guess if I wasn't already almost dead... Okay, I'm pretty scared about it. I feel like I have to have already unlocked it for this to do anything. That's not okay. So presumably there's not water this time because we're seeing it on its home world or something. I'm still not clear what it represents. This isn't, I don't think this is like the afterlife necessarily. I do think if I put my flame out that I can't keep doing this. Whoa, that's pretty cool. This thing calls the elevator. You gotta do the Dark Souls thing, right? That is way too far down. I don't like that. Can't see the sky, but I assume... Okay, so that's the... There were 3 locks. Oh... Right, this is... So lock 1, lock 2, and lock 3 are each going to get a symbol, and I don't think any of them are the one that I already know. I do like that they occasionally have these codes where it's like you can't stumble into the answer, you have to have actually found it as intended. I don't think the code I have corresponds to the 3 locks at all. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if this is the past. This is really cool sci-fi in the sense that, like, I'm enjoying having to speculate. Am I in the afterlife? Am I in the past? Am I in a corresponding location on their homeworld? Am I, like, astral projecting? Like, I don't know any of those answers, and I love that I don't know. Uh-oh. I'm allowed to go in the water as long as I keep this thing closed. No, okay. My fire gets burnt out. I don't think there were too many other places for me to go. That seems like that's where I want to go once I've put together all the other pieces. So I might stay away from that for a bit. Yeah, that sucks, Walter. I just switched my pre-order over to the PS5 for that reason. I don't want to have to deal with performance issues on stream. My machine can probably run it, but I haven't done a rebuild on the gaming PC in a couple of years. Excuse you. Shit. No. No me gusta. No me gusta. It's fine, I'll just be upside down. Oh, hey, that's the symbol from earlier. I wonder if that's supposed to be the planet. Could also mean hangar, but it sounds like it's the thing that's taking us to the station, so... I kept trying to do the roll thing, and it wasn't wanting to work for me for some reason. Okay, so I don't have any specific intent in using the thingy at the moment. The artifact. Oh, I forgot to... I think I probably got some new stuff in the ship log. I forgot to read it. I'll check it after this. Let's look in the ship here. Wanted to try going to the chasm that I can't cross and trying it again with the when the water level's higher. So I think the dam breaks the first time at around the 6-minute mark. If I come here at a pretty brisk pace. So I guess let's do 5. Probably good enough. I don't want it to be difficult to navigate by the time I'm already there. I guess the rafts can circle the Taurus a couple times, so... I like that having the water travel in one direction helps you to kind of orient yourself. There's a lot about this that's pretty genius, just from a design perspective and making it sight readable for a player. It's clear they've thought about this a lot. And everything seems to serve at least 2 purposes. Yeah, the music's very pretty. Get launched off the raft here. Hey, I got lucky that time. Shit, about to happen again. Fuck. Spoke too soon. I might need the raft to cross the area once the water's higher, so hopefully I can get in here. No, water's already moving too fast, isn't it? Shit. Well, see if I can loop. I don't know if I can because of the dam, though. I think I've explored most of the buildings over on this side and on that side. I haven't really checked out the dam itself. Try getting on the side of it here. So, oh, it's a way to go all the way around. What was that? Whoa. Let's look at the solar sails. Alright, well, it's one of these loops, so I gotta come here to watch the universe end. Still got the little RGB screen effect. That's cool. I love this room. Like, it says so much. Can't move that. Plug that in. Oh, this is cool. Surprised I didn't think to come to the dam sooner. Ah. So that's this thing with its sail. I think that's kind of a clock that shows how close the sun is to being doomed. I don't know if these are meant to be like number of planets. It seems like it's saying it's headed in that direction next. We'll see what the... Oh, this is bad. In the dam while it's falling apart. I guess I'm in a building right outside the dam, so around the edges of it, so maybe I'm okay here. Oh! It's cool that I kind of saw that in the other thing first. Marty, you're not a graceful kitty. Oh, that's weird. Showing the stranger again. They don't have air anymore. What the fuck? What? Was that over there the whole time? Oh my god. That's fucking cool. Has anyone seen somebody, like, find this first? Because you totally could, right? If you were just exploring around. That's fucking rad as hell. Okay. I'm the biggest fan of that. That's why you move every refrigerator. Exactly. Yeah. I love that this game is about knowledge unlocks, too. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Thought I saw something interesting down there, but it was just my cursor. It's blue. Water stops falling damage. It's fine. Shit. I like all of the like repeat symbols too. Like the rafts kind of look like the Taurus itself. Kind of have that same solar sail pattern on there. Again, aren't I? Me and rafts. Try to be more careful this time. I just have too much speed coming through this section. Oh, the raft station's broken anyway, isn't it? Don't get swept away in the water. You got this. Just go. All right. I don't know if the water, we might be in trouble anyway. I don't think it's high enough. You know, it does get higher later because the tower eventually falls down. But I guess maybe that's not necessarily because of the water level. Yeah, that doesn't really help me, does it? I was envisioning that being way higher. I think there's still probably a way for me to get there. Just confirming this is definitely not possible. Yeah, okay. Let me try my idea. Andrea, you really need to play Outer Wilds.
Oh, okay. Is there a chance you're going to be ending early?
No.
Okay. I'm going to have a bagel because I'm starving.
Okay. She doesn't understand how up her alley this is. A normal time to just give in that you're going to die. Yeah, I don't feel like I have a good command of the roll controls. Yeah, I walked pretty close to it several times, too. Masterfully hidden. I like that the time loop mechanic just, the Groundhog Day concept lends itself to so much cool shit. I mentioned that last week when I was trying to boot this game up and I had the Comcast issues, it showed me that a friend of mine had this on their Steam wish list, and I'm like, well, I want to give this developer more money because this game's really good. So I bought it for him, and they started playing it. She got to, I think she got the ship codes and the statue, and then she said she wandered for 20 minutes or so, and then she needed to take a break, so she asked her friend, like, hey, how does this game save the game? And their friend was just like, oh, just turn it off. You know, quit the game, you'll be fine. But I guess the game doesn't actually save until the first loop triggers, either via game over or, you know, the way it naturally triggers. And I think she was like seconds away from it happening. So when she went to boot the game again, she didn't get a resume expedition option. She only had new expedition. And I bring this up to be like, well, that sucks. She almost gave up on the game because she thought that she lost her save and lost all her progress. And then when she Googled, how do I save in Outer Wilds, it spoiled the whole loop concept for her. Right. But the interesting part was that I feel like it's like a massive risk that the developers are taking for the art to not do like some kind of autosave or other sort of system to prevent that exact problem from happening, because they want the saving system to make perfect sense diegetically, you know? Yeah, she almost quit because of it. I was super bummed. I didn't know how to tell her not to quit without giving shit away, right? Like even just saying you didn't lose progress, don't worry. Thought maybe I could cheese this by moving backwards from the top of the dam, but I don't think I get the height. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Now I'm a little curious. Is there always a big-ass bridge over there? Oh no, loot effects. It's unfortunate. It's really good. I don't think I can beat the current here. I shouldn't try. Try doing it with a boat, maybe. I'm wondering if getting to the dam directly is just a, like, convenience, quality of life thing, or if getting here earlier matters. I have a feeling it might be the former. I don't think I can fight it even with the boat. I think it's the same geometry of the dam on that side. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to use this to get where I'm not supposed to go. Whee! It was just gonna drop me meanly. There are any significant facilities inside the dam. That's funny. I'm having a ton of fun with this. I know I was talking a lot at the beginning, but I'm just like completely immersed at the moment, and I still don't know where it's going. I think it's done a really good job of talking about this a bit on like when we do Star Trek streams on the weekend and a couple other sci-fi games like Soma, but I like when stories are presented in such a way to like provoke you to think about a handful of possibilities that make sense given the information you've given. Oh, this is happening again. I really want to know what's happening when that occurs. And then slowly kind of collapse the wave function over time to remove possibilities until only one or two things remain at the end, right? Like, I don't really like stories where it could be anything, right? Like the kind of JRPG approach to this, we're going to show you a bunch of cutscenes with characters that will only make sense on the second playthrough, but are completely incomprehensible on a first playthrough. Wait, hold on, I might actually just be able to climb up there. Tried this, there's a boat there. It's a conveyance that I can land. Is that always broken? Did I see it unbroken previously? Is that maybe the knowledge purpose of getting here sooner? I need to understand where this is. I need to like look for landmarks so that I can test this. Hold on. See you, Vertesian. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you next time. So here's my opera. I'll say my thought process out loud. I think that taking the elevator early and getting up on top of the dam and looking back maybe confirms for you that that bridge exists sooner in the loop, and something happens maybe before you would normally find it, unless if you were like booking it there, that destroys the bridge early. And so I don't think getting on the dam itself lets you get there quicker, but I think it reveals that that bridge wasn't broken before you got there. And then maybe if you, like, book it to the stranger, get in a raft conventionally, and take the raft there as fast as you can make it before the bridge breaks. But I had to go check really quick for a landmark to see if I could confirm that hypothesis here. Oh, did you not get the pop-up about the museum loot effects? That's unfortunate. I wouldn't have known to check there. I probably would have just asked chat if that wasn't there. Shit. Just want to test my hypothesis. That's all we're doing here. If it's true, I might step back a loop one more time, but we'll see. I'll try to avoid that if possible. My hypothesis might be wrong. Looks like it's already broken. Okay, and I think that's about the fastest I could possibly get here. I think. I've been fixated on that location. Sorry, I know there's a bunch of other places I can still check out, but I keep thinking it's just a matter of, like, just physically getting there, you know? I'll try some other things in a second. I could also go back to Spooky Town in a second. I think this is all laid out very specifically to keep me from doing this. I should not be able to make that. I'm probably going to die in the attempt. Almost. Should probably ask in hide what I mean by Spooky Town. Type exclamation point hide before your message. Chat can see it and I will not be able to see it. Kind of looks like the device. Still haven't done anything in there. This is where I launched the scout to get in there. Okay. Be more places where the water is relevant, but that seems really dangerous to try to explore around and find, given how deep the water is. I assume I'll get more explicit breadcrumbs for those. That's a raft. These are the chains for the... At least I think I'm across from the sarcophagus. Yeah. Been in here already. Yeah, I'm definitely not allowed to boost. Oh wait, that time it worked. Okay, never mind. Still am confused as to what this means. Oh, this is right. That's just to tell me that I can go inside the sarcophagus from the bottom. Right. This was the thing I was confused about. But I think it means that there used to be a device here that used fuel in some way that's been disabled somehow. So I think I'm completely done with this room and don't need to come here. They give me a raft here. Alright, so this has all been an elaborate delay of going back to the spooky world, so I might do that in a second. I guess there's still a couple places that I haven't triggered it. I also haven't found the third location yet. There's supposed to be a third place where... I still don't know what that is. There's supposed to be a third place where there are mummies. Yeah, I would bounce at effects. You don't want to get any spoilers. I apparently stumbled on something. I'm pretty sure I did. Not the only one who put off going back there. Fair. I wouldn't want to risk it. Right. It's like saying, did I get farther than you in Breath of the Wild? That doesn't really mean anything, right? Well, that's true of the main game, too. Like, aren't there fewer than, like, 5 true event flags in the game? There's getting the launch codes and seeing the statue for the first time, after which that is permanently tripped for the rest of the playthrough. There's unlocking the ability to meditate, I think, right? You don't have that by default? I think somebody had to tell me about that to save time. And I feel like there may have been another thing. There's not another one on the other side, is there? I don't think so, but... I guess this is a way to get a lantern back here. I wanted to try that theory. But y'all said that bringing a lantern here is not a productive use of time, right? I feel like that's one of the only questions I've asked chat that didn't force chat to give something away or give something away through inaction. Simply because it actually didn't result in anything. Oh shit. So, I don't need to take pictures constantly, I can just stick to the water. Yeah, right, and it's just kind of up to whether or not the game... My main objective is that I don't want to, like, waste time trying something that just isn't going to work, because the game doesn't have a way to... It's a variant of my Baba is you question of, you know... Is it still solvable from here, right? Like, I like to know when I've tapped out something, or I'd like to be able to, like, know that the idea is not going to work before I spend an hour fumbling with it trying to test it, you know. So it is unfortunate if the idea is correct, because I think Am I on the Right Track gives a fucking shitload away in this game compared to something like Baba Is You. I think I always died in the other ones. I'll try to do it in this one. Right. I think it's fun to go back and find the breadcrumbs after the fact, though. I look forward to being able to do that. This one seems to be... Well, they're all pretty spooky. Oh. Right. Right, I recognize this thing. This thing is from the, I wonder if that has an impact on the future, or... I guess I don't know how to get out of here once I'm here, because if I'm dead, I don't get out of here, right? In theory. I really love what this does to the water. The water is like kind of a non-problem. This is probably the place I came from, right? It's just a thing that requires a little bit of finesse to maneuver around. I think I was supposed to remember where the thing I extinguished was and then go towards that, but I wasn't really paying attention, so let me see if I can stare at it directly with this thing. If I can find it again. Oh, I can also use it to light things. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, well that's an important thing to learn, because we saw cutscene earlier, not the cutscene, but the slides that demonstrated that they would use those to establish the locks. So I guess you also use those to remove the locks. But I don't know how to get the flame on this thing in the present, future, alternate reality, whatever you want to call it. The land of the living. I don't think this is supernatural. I think they do a couple things in the main campaign of Outer Wilds that are like vaguely spiritual, but still kind of consistent with sci-fi, right? I guess I'm okay with it being supernatural. I wouldn't be all mad, like... Shit. Kind of add to the unknowable world aspect. That is correct. I would agree with that assessment. know if I'm supposed to be over here. Probably should use the candles as conveyance where the game wants me to go. Okay. So I can reveal something and figure out how to get up there. My shitty jump. Sorry, I'm working on it. Oh, thank you, this name. Appreciate it. I think they're just like hacking accounts and then using those accounts to do it. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I know where I need to go now, but I need to figure out how the hell do I get over there. Another thing that I don't know is how or if time passes while I'm in Spooky Town. Like, I haven't tried meditating. This doesn't seem intended. Probably assume that anywhere that doesn't have candles isn't intended. Oh, I was just thinking, why are there all these unlit candles? That's pretty neat. I think those might just assist with keeping track of where I have been. How do I get over there? What does it mean to die in the afterlife? Wait, this looks maybe productive. Or maybe not. I don't think I'm supposed to do this. New game +2. So I can use the candle I lit earlier to try to keep track of. Oh, fuck. There's no scary turrets in this section, so all the anglerfish get faster. I want to try that area again. It's pretty hard to explore right now. I want to say that so far this DLC is amazing in like 20 different ways, but one of them is that I like that it still kind of slots into the same core time loop mechanic, and it still kind of slots into the main story of the Nomai and the Eye of the Universe. But I like that there's also this almost completely self-contained separate story of like figuring out what the deal is with the owl people. Like I could have seen them doing a like Stranger Things before the storm, or not Stranger Things, Life is Strange before the storm type thing, where it's like it's another Outer Wilds thing, and we're gonna get rid of all the core mechanics from Outer Wilds and just come up with something completely brand new. You won't even play as the same character or something, right? But having it slot in this way, in a way that doesn't seem like it distracts from the main story with the Nomai and the vessel, is really, really cool. I wonder if some of these like shores are set up in such a way to make them likely to catch the raft, you know? Or if the bottom of the raft is shaped in such a way that it's likely to get caught by shores. Try not to fall in the water this time. The fuck? Okay. I think some of these start lit before I start exploring. Try to use them to make little... Oh, did I just not find this last time? Those generally mean there's something on the other side of a door. Oh, I think that's the... Maybe not. I thought maybe that was the tower from, where I walked out of the other thing. Okay, so I am able... I think this might have been the thing that I was extinguishing before. I don't know what happens when I extinguish it, so I should go try to test that out if I can. Okay, so lighting those also has the benefit of increasing my vision, right? I can see from further away. Oh, it's the same technology as before. God, this game is... It's crazy how, like, the eureka moments in this game are unparalleled. I have never played another game where you find something and you realize that it made sense all along and that you could have figured it out sooner, right? Like the shortcut in the UFO chamber. Like, it has so many of those moments, and it's a different brand of eureka moments than you usually get in video games. Like, I like finally understanding what the developer intended me to do in like a Baba Is You puzzle, to bring that example back. Like, that's a really cool experience. But it's never that feeling of, it was so obvious, I see now. That's interesting. Gives me a boat. Probably need to be more spooked than I am. This area seems safe, which is possibly a bad sign. Wait, did the boat sink because I put out the candles, or? I guess that's consistent with the technology in general, huh? Oh, you know, I haven't checked out the ship log in a minute. I've been too excited to go back. It's a sealed vault illuminated by a green fire inside the structure. Yep. Any glowing symbols. Dense forest along the banks of a river. Remains of a burned out building on the outskirts of a village. Oh, that's kind of cool. Well, I didn't mean to pick submerged structure, but yeah, try autopiloting to that, it'll be fine. I guess I can use that to work my way back to stuff that's on the stranger. In case I'm trying to find something specifically that I lost a while ago. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize I canceled the autopilot. Okay, good to know. It's fine. I got places to be. Get your ship together, boat, ship thing. This right here, this little room where you're forced to understand that light matters to these people. And then you walk out in the enclosed space and it's further reinforced by the raft. It's just, it's like, it's chef's kiss. It's so good. It's amazing. And I love that the place looks different when you come here earlier in the loop via the tracking ability of your ship. So that they can make it a more directed experience your first time coming here. And give you more freedom when you come back later. And it's all like completely diegetic. There's no trickery, there's no like extra save file that's created. I think there might just be something inherent to games which treat saving and loading the game as a diegetic phenomenon that is really special, because it's a thing that's true about every video game, whether the developers want it to be true or not, right? Like, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna reload the mission in StarCraft 50 times until I finally beat it. It's just a feature of the ability to play video games. So you get games like Undertale that are very much about that concept and being aware of that concept. But then you even get stuff that's not as explicit about it, like Dark Souls, where like you dying and coming back to life that's part of the story. It's not just an abstraction of you playing a game. Yeah, I really like that too. They look away. It's funny. What happens if I die again? No. Maybe something interesting, actually. I don't know. Okay. That's the thing that I have to turn off. I do want to turn on more of the candles around here so it's easier to find my way around. It seems super useful, actually. You go to second afterlife. I don't think this is the afterlife, though. I don't think that that's Outer Wilds style. Like I said, if they wanted to pivot spiritual or supernatural, it wouldn't make me angry. I don't think that it's like completely out of character for the game as it's been presented to this point, but that pretty sharply constrains what the fuck this is, though, and why I get here when I die, though. Time. Okay, so last time I got scared and tried to turn the lights off in order to not be visible. And it seems that was a mistake. Yeah, it started playing scary music. Like right here. It's the part of It's a Small World they don't tell you about. I'm just on a boat. It's not that big of a deal. I think my heart rate... Okay, yeah, my heart rate's elevated. I tell you all, I'm really afraid of the water. Not of, like, swimming. I can swim. I'm afraid of, like, things in the water. This game's going to eventually require me to open my lantern. I'm just not going to do it. Now my fear is that this is just going to, like, make a loop. And there's some point that I have to open the thing. Oh, it's dead silent. That's usually it. This... Yeah, I hear that as the... Get off the boat, get off the boat! Okay. Maybe summons another boat? Oh! It's nothing. There's nothing here. I gotta get back on the boat. Fucking kill me. It's so mean that they let me get off and then there was nothing. Maybe there was something there and I missed it, but... I guess maybe there was stuff in there that I could have extinguished. Don't like this cave. I'm so tempted to close my eyes right now. I'd never do that in video games or the like. I think I'm teleporting when I go through those, sort of, like how we've established with the lights being off. Yeah, there's no way of knowing, no earthly way of knowing which direction we are going, or which way the river's flowing. Is it raining? Is it snowing? Oh god, he's singing. Danger must be growing because the rowers keep on rowing. Certainly are not showing. Does this respawn the boat? Yes, okay. Oh, there's a sarcophagus. Okay. Okay, so I already knew that. I like that this looks kind of presented as a slideshow. Oh, that's weird. So they didn't jump on the fire, they like just looked like they fell asleep. I don't actually want to watch this again. I don't think I can opt out of it. Oh, I can. So they did something with bringing it in there. Oh, is that the bridge? Oh. Wait. Are there two of them? Hmm. Spooky, spooky, spooky. What the fuck? Do I only have a limited amount of time in the afterlife? Maybe I need to do that faster. Which means I have to actually pilot the boat. I feel like my heart rate's climbing from piloting the boat for no reason. Like, it's fine. It played some spooky music. It just means you need to turn the thing off to teleport through the little passageways, I think, maybe. Let me reselect the stranger here. I don't like that being on the submerged structure. Endless Canyon. Bridge that used to lead to it is routed away. Ow, ow, ow. Oops. I like how forgiving that is. I didn't realize you could overshoot it. Quick about this-ish. Shouldn't spend all that time lighting candles if I can avoid it. I don't think the loop time ran out. I don't think I was in there that long. I don't know. Shit. Not doing a great job of moving efficiently here. Come on. Oh my god, there's 6 minutes left in the stream. This has just flown by. I'm like, I still got like an hour, right? I'm really happy I'm playing this tomorrow and not next week. Yeah, I love that it always has two. Can reduce the chance that you discover it by mistake. Alright, so the little vision said they just went to sleep while holding the thing. What does that do? Also takes me here. Okay. Huh. Is this, that seems significantly less complicated and more likely to occur on accident than me being almost dead from ghost matter and dying on it. But the little thing that was in this area is what showed me how sleeping worked. Was there another way to see that vision somewhere else? I feel like I'm not doing this in the intended order. Oh shit. I don't know what the difference is between being here while asleep. That's kind of cool, though, that maybe they... Oh shit, I'm supposed to... Man, run out of time. I wonder if they, like, foresaw that someone might get to it that way, and so that vision serves two purposes. The one of like showing like, oh, they went into the afterlife or whatever this place is. I guess it's not the afterlife now. I'll call it the dream world. I still like Spooky Town. I think that's a pretty accurate description. I guess that's weird that I can come here while I'm dead. Unless if it's like that, the one not miserable Black Mirror episode. Maybe the whole being dead thing only makes sense because the time loop sends the memory of your death back. I don't know. Try not to think about it too much. I need the light off for that to work. Okay. This still freaks me out, even though it looks like it's just the whole you can make portals if the light is off thing. As evidenced by my heart rate. This is the one that was pointless. Really? Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. It's kind of cool that it's able to be progressed through in different ways. My controller just started buzzing. I don't know why. Past this, I already did this. Yeah, I don't think I skipped anything in the main game. Even stuff that I might conceivably have guessed, like the quantum rock. It's around where I was when I abruptly got sent back before. Assume that at some point I'm just going to loop around to the beginning. Another boat? Okay, no, I thought that was a boat. I was terrified. Might be where I started, though. Let's see. You have a friendly little confirmatory... Yeah, okay. So it does loop around. And I don't think there's any other place for me to land leading up to that. I have a question, but again, the answer yes might be giving stuff away. I guess it's just an area exploration question. So accessing Spooky Town from this portal, is there anything I can still do from this portal? Or have I pretty much tapped out this one for now? I want to get over to that thing. There's still more to do here. Okay, thank you. I know there's that thing that I can't get up to, but I was wondering if I had to get there from a different, for lack of a better word, portal. Oh, I didn't see this before. Well, that answers that question. What the fuck? That's pretty cool.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No, thanks, I'm good. Pretty music. That thing's kind of cool, but also terrifying looking. What the fuck? That's cool. Not do it again? Work the other way? Oh shit! Oh! Oh, that's much better. Wait, so if I go back, hold on, we're at time, but I'm gonna try to finish whatever I'm doing here. I'm curious if the progress I made is still preserved. Okay, so falling in the water and extinguishing your flame isn't removing you from the afterlife forever. You just wake up from your dream. Something, something. Okay. Man. I don't know, this might sound weird, but I kind of... Well, I guess we'll see how the whole dying thing comes up later. But I kind of like the order in which I did it, because now I'm here with almost more progression options than I was the first time, right? Whereas if I had found it in the other order, then I would have been more limited the second time, so... Outer Wilds, the perfect game. That's a really good, so, yeah. Can't disagree with you on that, to be honest. Okay, so... Whoa! That's a bad sound. Something got me. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. So let me use my brain here. Yeah, it's the magical eurekas that I've never gotten in any other game other than Outer Wilds, where it's not just, I get it now, but I get it, and I can't believe I didn't understand how obvious it was before. So is the reason I died randomly last time, or just, like, woke up from the end of the loop? It wasn't the end of the loop. The dam broke, but I was dead, so there was nothing to wake up to, right? Why, this game... I'm telling you, developers of Outer Wilds, there are other people who want to make art. You can't make perfect things. It's not fair to everybody else. Yeah, I completely get that. I wish I could erase my memory of the base game. I was saying earlier, as soon as we got here, that I wanted to just stop and not play the game and just enjoy the narrative superposition of everything. So this is a way to do things in different parts of Spooky Town and have them affect each other. Can't just go into one for an entire loop. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, Empty Strings. Yeah, I really wish Twitch would just add, like, native spoiler tags already. Just letting my wife know what's going on. Yeah, so basically I use Chatty, which is a client that reads Twitch chat, and Chatty allows for you can ignore certain words or prefixes, and most people use it to like ignore bots or whatever, or ignore like, you know, the channel bot that's repeating the thing about my channel and how to find my played games list and all that. But a fellow streamer, He10 style, used it to add a prefix that people could type in order to talk to each other without the person using Chatty seeing it. So sometimes if I like accidentally pull up my dashboard, or if I have to pull up my dashboard to sign off from stream, I can see it in that chat because it's not actually suppressing anything in the chat y'all are talking in. So I have to be really careful to like collapse that or not look at it if I'm in there for other reasons. But spooky music. Okay, so that doesn't work both ways. But why would I want to go from here to that thing? Oh, can I like rotate it maybe? It doesn't look like I can rotate it. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's commitment to keeping it. No spoilers. I was here before. Okay. Right. Remember what happened when I rode this boat last time. Said Hyde has gotten a lot of mileage. It's the burnt out church. Oh yeah, that's the thing from the slideshow, right? We've been here already. They look through the telescope. They scan the thing. Shit. All right, I should probably call it there. We will continue this tomorrow. Future Marstead, sleep at this thing. Don't kill yourself on the thing. Do some things. There might still be stuff to do. In fact, I think there is still stuff to do in the first one, but you got to get there pretty early, and you effectively have a time limit because the dam eventually takes it out. So try to go further across the bridge. I'm sure you'll remember since there's only a day this time instead of a whole week until you play next. Good luck. We're all counting on you. The entire conversation going on in Hyde. Fantastic.